Good afternoon, everyone. Today is Sunday and Sunday afternoon, and we are going to continue our work on the NPC fight and combat. I didn't have a lot of time to stream in the last few days, so also I didn't do too much work in the last few days. So we are basically at the same point we were, let's say, a few days ago. I think on Wednesday, it's the last day I streamed. I think we are still there, but we were at a pretty good point. Let's review our mission, which is the mission for combat. Our mission for combat is the following. Okay, we have a bunch of items already completed, all of these ones. And we have two missing here at the bottom, which are the NPC being able to fight back and, let's say, the ability for the NPC to actually chase the player, right? Actually, in the last stream, we have proven that the NPC can actually fight back, which is great. But we didn't have the chase done or the rotation done yet. So this is what we are trying to do today. The code that is managing that is pretty much all in hello Maui. So we let's say the code where we add the majority of the combat is located in Combat Manager on one side. It's no problem, Maui. I stream when I want, so it's okay. I stream exactly when I want, so there is no problem in pushing. I will do what I want anyway. So, so here in Combat Manager, we have the majority of the code, but there is also code in PS Attack. Because actually, when an attack is triggered, we are calling PS attack, and there is code inside our NPC manager, which is managing all the actions of the NPC. So let's say that when combat happens, there are quite a bit of classes involved and quite a bit of code involved. And so that is what is making, let's say, combat a bit hard to debug. Also, usually all the combat code is checking for the availability of the enemy. So if the enemy is still online, and when you debug, obviously you are kind of breaking the flow and the client times out. And so when the client times out, then most of the function is starting to fail because they say that, you know, the enemy is not online anymore. So this is what is making combat a bit tough to debug, and is also why we are using mostly printouts. We are not going to say debug line by line in general, but we are trying to use printouts so that we can see the flow in the log file, and then from the log file we can understand exactly what happened. Okay, so let's recap a bit where we were, and let's try to launch maybe client and server and see what is the current status. I think the current status was that the enemy was able to kill me, but let me just check one thing, because I think we changed the way Zwei and Cyborg were working on the graphical part, and I think they did some changes to allow the combat animation to be triggered directly on the character class, which is exactly what we want, because at the moment, if you remember, our classes are, let me show you, Real Engine classes. Our classes are organized this way, right? So there is the basic character, from Unreal Engine, which is this one. Then we have the APS character, which is our customized class. And then we have the blueprint, which is PS character blueprint. And then we have the actual 3D model, right? And Why we do this? Because we want to be able to have C++ code, we want to be able to have blueprint code, and then we want to have a specialized model on each of our characters. So that's the reason, right? Now, it's important that this becomes as parametric as possible. Hello, Sue. As parametric as possible, meaning that all our functions related to say moving the character, jumping, casting spells, etc. should be on our character blueprint, right? So we want those to be generic enough, and we don't want them to be here, right? We don't want them to be in the final actual model, otherwise we will have to reprogram everything for every single character. So we want it to be generic and be sitting at this level, right? At least this is what we did at the beginning, and it seems it's still a good organization of the classes. Seems that it's working okay for us up to now. So what I was asking to the guys is if they could move some of the animation file, animation triggers, let's say, to PS character, which I think they did. I'm just trying to understand what is this. I think there is a play animation. Okay, play animation, which has to be called now. So probably this one is something that we can override in the subclasses. I think that is the idea. Is this the idea? Let me see. So if I go inside my if I go inside my cran character, is the cran character the one I want? I don't see a play animation here, but maybe they did the test on alien character. I'm just trying to understand where they did the animation. Okay, here it is. Event play animation. Event play animation. This eanim class. I don't know if it should be this one, but we are switching based. Why we are using this eanim class and not the because I think that the mode. Okay, I think I understand it. Because the mode we had another enumeration, which was actually the combat mode, right? But probably that's not the best one to use. Let me just see where we have it. We have it. We should have a set mode somewhere, which I don't remember if it is here. Let me just search it because it's very hard to find out. Set mode. Okay, we have a set mode message. Here it is. Okay, set mode message. The set mode message is actually at the moment is using the old method, right? And the old method is that is switching on player mode. Is switching on player mode, and based on this is, for example, triggering the cast, right? The cast animation, right? So, and it's setting the cast animation directly, which is not what I want. It's not what I want. What I want is that we are using the generic function play animation, and which we have set, which we have set here in our character blueprint. Play animation. Let me see who is calling this. Play animation is called by attack, combat on, combat off, and die. This is not enough because we also need casting for sure. Name die multicast. Die event. Okay, seems there was someone did a bit of work here. So I don't recognize exactly, but I think it's good. I think it's good work. My suggestion will be to, first of all, change this parameter to be animation, so it's a bit more understandable to just, you know, than just new parameter. So this will be animation. Yes, exactly. Then this animation can do something at the PS character blueprint level, but at this level actually we don't have anything we can do because all animations are specialized, right? Then the second thing we should do, we can test it on the casting. I think the casting is the simplest, so we don't need to have any specific. So if I go under data, I think they added, yes, they added this one. Now, do we really want this one, or we want it to be server side? Because I mean, this is another, is another enumeration describing the status the character is in. And I'm just thinking if this is what we want, right? If we want another status class. How was it in the old code? Let me see, because the old code was pretty smart anyway. So I'm trying to understand in the old code if we were playing a specific animation. I think it was based on set mode. I think it was really based on set mode. So let me search for casting. And let me see the old code how we were managing that. Check successful casting, blah blah blah. Check if the animated is in range. Interrupt spell casting. Interrupt spell casting. Get mode. You see, I think it was all about this mode. PS character mode spell casting. I think that is the one that was actually setting the animation. I'm just searching on the wall code so we see it. E-spell casting, interrupt spell casting. There's a lot of interrupt, but got spell per player mode. You see, combat spell casting, work, that's it, overweight, blah 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 blah. I mean, it's very similar to player mode, right? Because basically, when you are in peace mode, you want to play the idle animation. When you are in combat, well, when in combat depends. When you are in work mode, you want to play the crafting animation. When you are dead, you want to play the dead animation. The same for sit. Overweight doesn't have an animation, but it may have. You may have. Like you may look like walking slowly. Same for exhausted. Instead, you should just stand still, play, walking around. I don't know. They are pretty much, let's say, one-to-one with our animation. So I'm just thinking, why not using the player mode? And based on the player mode, we decide the animation type, right? Why? I mean, do we need any other animations? Well, maybe we will, because like for special attacks, yes, for sure we will need more than this. For special attacks, we will have one animation for each special attack. So if we pass in only the player mode, then will not be enough. I mean, it's a good set, but it's not the ultimate set. The ultimate set includes also special combat moves and special spells that could be, or includes also all the emotes, like if you're waving, if you are bowing, if you are whatever, right? So yeah, so player mode is not good. So I think it's good to keep, the additional I was just reasoning on it, but I think it's good to have this additional set. Now, is it applicable to characters and NPC in the same way? Let's say that certain NPC may miss some of the emotes. But so this means that when we pass in like a greet emote to an NPC, it will do nothing. Okay, which I think is okay. So I think yes, we can use this set, which will contain all the possible animations. So here I want to have yes, here I want to have cast, die, attack. I want to have hit meaning when I am hit, and so when I receive damage, right? The walk and run are managed separately, so I think is not needed, right? Walk and run is not needed. But here we will have also like all the alternate idle and all of that stuff, the idle variations, because idle is managed by itself, but I think we need to have potentially a number of idle variation. I would put maybe 3 just to be sure. So idle variation 1, idle variation 2, and idle variation 3. I don't know if you want to have it in this array or not, but I think being able to call always the same function with the same parameters will be super good. So that is completely independent by each character, and then when you issue the play animation, if the character has that animation, that is fine. If it doesn't have that animation, it will just do nothing, right? Which I think is okay. So we can probably get the list, of all the animations from one of our characters. Let me get, for example, if I go under our repository, if I go under art characters and I take whatever, this one, let me see which kind of animations we had. So this was the old file, right? You see, there is the list of all the possible animation that we had. So we had idle variation 1. Then obviously we had the one for movement, like strafe right, sneak, walk. I think all these ones we can probably just play in the movement code. So I don't think we necessarily need all of this in our play animation. But then we have attack, which should have few variations. Hit, cast. For example, greet, we have it. I think greet we should have it as well in this file, which is one of the emotes. Craft, we should have. I think it's not here at the moment. This combat on, combat off, I'm still not fully convinced that we need it. But craft. Then we have sit, idle, stand up. I mean, sit like here is not here. I think we should have a sit. Sit idle, stand up. I think the stand up, like sit, stand up, and sit idle, we can probably manage directly. We should not stay here, but it's okay. Then we have the craft hammer. Craft I added now. We have the swim. Now the attack bow, I have no idea if we really need it. The swim, the attack bow, the die, the idle, the ride horse. Okay, so the ride horse are. Then we will have the sit on a chair. I think we will have the sit chair kind of animation, which will allow us to sit in special places that have been flagged as chairs. Just a second, I'm coming back. In a second. It's kind of hot Here in Italy these days, temperature is very high. Temperature is very high. Okay, so I think we added most of the ones that we want to this file, so we will save this file. We will check out, so we remember then to check it in. And what we want to do, we want then to switch. You see that now all these modes are already available, right? And for example, the one about casting, I don't see it here, but I would like to have it. And casting was done in the old way. Here you see there is this casting set whatever, which is really not what we want anymore. So what we want is inside our play animation, I lost myself. So this one's okay. Again, character, yes, event play animation. Is this one, how do I know if this one is coming from, if this one is inherited from above? Event play animation is because he has the same name, and so event graph. Because we actually have a function which is called play animation. Why we have a function and we have an event on the subclasses? I don't get it too much. Let me read again the log file, because I think that Cyborg print out something. When an animation is triggered, call a dummy function. Function can be overridden in the child blueprint to play an animation specific to that character. Yeah, exactly. So that was the idea. But so this play animation is doing nothing here. And in our current character, and I'm a bit confused actually, because I was expecting here in my current character to have the same as I have here for the alien character, but I don't see it. So and also I don't know when this is actually triggered. I mean, if this is triggered by this function or if it's triggered by something else, because we don't have an event. Dedicated to a plane animation, right? I don't see it, at least. I mean, there is so much that is not easy to find, but I don't see a play animation apart from the function. I mean, I see one here which is play animation. Target is PS character blueprint. So it goes here. I don't know. I think we should test it a bit and see what it does, because I'm a bit confused about this. Hello, Davide. You say for combat we could set an animation in the special attack database and then code was calling the right animation. Yes. Yes. I think we will have a list of special animations still in the database, and then from the database we will be calling back those functions as needed. Okay, let me do something though, because I'm a bit confused. Let me add a new function in current character, which is called play animation. Now the point is that it will have to be identical to the one that I have in PS character blueprint, right? So exactly spelled the same way. Play animation. I can add a name it. Doesn't allow me to. Name is already in use. You see? So I think we need to use the override. I think we need to do something different. Delete. So if I override, I think there should be play animation in the list. These are not alphabetically ordered and it's a bit annoying, but there should be a play animation, play sound, play animation, there it is. So if I click on that, I will override that one, but it seems that on the alien character they didn't do this. Because events, I don't understand if they did it like 50% or what. I mean, if it's already working, but it seems a bit weird that we have this play animation, which is then not called from anywhere. Let me search in all the blueprints, okay, so that I understand. PS character combat, node play animation. Because you see, that one is going here. I was expecting this one, you know, this one to go not in the function, but to go in the actual event. So this is what I'm confused about. This is what I'm very confused about. I need to ask this to someone, to the guys that did it, if they actually tested it or if it's just an idea that they put here, because I don't get it. Just a second, I'm typing in. Confused. So what I wrote is that it seems that there are at the moment two functions. One is two ways, right? So one is an event, which is this one, and the other is a function, right, which is this one. And to my knowledge, you can override functions but not events. So the best way for me will be to actually call this function and override this function. But I've seen that Cyborg added, which is a guy working on the graphics part, added the actual code on the event, which I'm a bit surprised of. So I don't get why. I don't understand how this may actually work. I mean, we can test it. We can test it, and we can say play animation event. You know, we can print out something here and see if that works, and then we can have maybe the same here. We call it play animation function, right? And yeah, both of those things should be updated. You see, now it's giving an error for some reason. Because we renamed it. Because we renamed it from animation to. Oh my god! When this happens, it's a mess. When I move the toolbar, is okay. Sometimes it's alright. What happened to the hands of this guy? Oh my god! What is this? There is a monster. What the hell happened to this guy? Wow. Seems that all the bones are completely fucked up. Seems the bones of this guy are completely fucked up. Okay. So let me see what happens in terms of printouts when I'm casting something, because I would like, okay, let's add also the cast piece, right? So we want to set cast as a variable. I think we have a variable here somewhere. We should have it. We should have a set casting, and yes, and this one. So if we receive a cast animation, we set the casting. The only problem is that when do we stop it? When do we stop it? I think there should be a cast on, a cast off then, because I think we were receiving. Let me close this. Stop spellcasting animation. Yes, actually, well, is when the spell ends. So in theory, we should be doing it right already, because there is a set timer function. Yeah, after a certain time, yes, we reach these points. Start casting. I think all of this will have to be redone somehow, but because the socket is already generic, so it will work on any character that has a socket called left hand. But unfortunately, the casting, as you see here, is not correct because it's trying to go on. Yeah, so this is the piece that we should change to enable this to be generic on any character. So I just have to be sure I'm not messing up with the lines, because there are a lot of lines here. So one is coming from false and is going here. One is coming from complete and is coming here. Okay, so in both cases, if it's false or if it's complete, it comes down here. So what I need to do, I need to call on my PS character blueprint, which is my target actor? No, target a casting character. It's a PS character blueprint. Okay, it's fine. So I have to call on this one, play animation. And now we need to understand if we want to call the function or the event. I think we are always calling the function, by the way. I think we are always calling the function, so I'm a bit confused about, again, why they placed it on an event. This event, you know, I'm confused about this one. I have no idea why. Unless there is another redirection, like this one is called by someone else. I don't understand how this may work. Unless we are calling, can we call? No, we cannot. I mean, it must be an override. It must be an override. There is no way. It must be an override. If it's not an override, it will never work. So if I do, you know, there is the reason why under events I cannot override, but under function, you see here there is this override button, and this override button will allow me to override the play animation. That's the reason why. I mean, it works this way. So yeah. So why we have this code? I don't get it. I don't want to change. I mean, I can change it immediately, but I was hoping that Cyborg could be online and answer me, but it seems to be offline. So we could just change it, you know, and do it our way. But I just wanted to be sure that we are calling the right one. So basically, okay, let's do it our way. So basically, this event will not have any meaning for us. We will need to have a function here that we can add with the override, which will be play animation. And hopefully there is a play animation here in the list. Play animation. Oops. It went here. It went here, but it is an event, it's not a function. Maybe if he has the same name, it works. If the event has the same name, it kind of works. But I mean, can I say that I find it a bit surprising? Where is play animation here again? Unfortunately, it's not alphabetically ordered, which is pretty annoying. Play sound. Do you see it? I don't see it. Play animation. There it is. Okay. It becomes an event in the subclass. Wow. Okay. I don't know why, but it works this way. It becomes an event in the subclass. I was expecting this to be a function. You know? I was expecting this to be a function. Okay, so this is an override from PS character BP play animation function. So okay, so this is the way it is. It's fine. So it was correct actually. I was expecting it to be a function, but it's not. Fine. So it is correct. And it is correct. Yeah. I don't know why it shows as an event. Do you have any idea why it shows as an event? Makes no sense to me, but it's okay. So let's say our alien character will have its own blueprint with this stuff. Our current character the same and such, right? And so if we want to play a different animation on each, we can do. But the code will call the same, you know, so we need to have the same thing as this one. So we need to copy paste a bit of this, but overall I think it's fine. So we will have the same thing. Animation instance. Yeah, the only problem is that we want to have this animation instance, you know. Which, by the way, I don't know why we have this animation instance. We are not doing mesh get animation instance, which is much cleaner than setting a variable. I really don't like setting this variable. Do we need it for anything else? Because I don't know. I mean, we should do get mesh, right? And then get animation instance. Right. And this one is your animation instance on your mesh, which you can extract anytime. I mean, it's one call, and the call is super quick. So I don't think we need to set a variable on it. I don't like this variable setting. I think we should just set it like this. What is the difference? An MBP ELNM object reference. MBP. Probably because we have to cast it then, because it is generic. Could be. So we avoid, with the setting the variable, we avoid a cast, we avoid the mesh, because I remember I did it this way, right? I did it, I think I did it somewhere here. I did it, I don't remember where I did it, but I did it somewhere. Yes, it is. So I was getting the mesh, getting the animation instance, and then casting it to current character or to whatever is my character. Which I find it cleaner than setting a variable when because I mean our animation may change, our mesh may change, everything may change. So setting then we need to update that variable. I mean, I don't like it. I think it should be direct. I think it should be directly done. So this one we cast to ELNM something. What is the difference between this and this? So, yeah. I don't know if this one is cleaner or not, but I have the feeling that doing it this way, you know, we are more ready. We are ready for additional changes. The only problem is that I have to go through this, cast it one time, and then do the same for all the others. Okay, yeah, so that's probably why they did it, because actually I have to do these three. I need to have these three blocks for each of the animation I'm setting. It's going to be very messy in terms of blueprint graph. Okay. So I think, yeah, so I think maybe in terms of simplicity, there could be a solution. Setting the variable. Because otherwise I will have to replicate it like 20 times. Okay. Let's try it this way and see what happens. Okay, let's try it this way. So I'm going back and forth between different ideas, but just because we never did something similar in the past. We never did it. So I want to, so the casting I want it, and then I would like to have also the crafting one day, but let's say that for now, the casting will be fine to test. On the current character, I have exactly the same, but I need to have something similar, which is the event get animation reference. Now, Where is this called from? I mean, do we do it in the construction event, or how do we set this? So this one is also an override. Okay. This one is also an override, so it's happening automatically when I create, when I start the begin play of my character. Okay. The problem is that they made it wrong again. I don't know why I changed it the other day. Now I see it changed again. This get animation instant reference, if we do it here, means that for NPC will not trigger, while we want it to be triggered also for NPCs, because otherwise, you know, if this is an NPC, it will not have the animation set, it will not play anything. So we need this piece to be at the beginning, not here. I think I did this change already, but someone changed it back. I don't know why. I don't know why. Okay. So this should be done for everyone, right? And then only if he's a player we do all this stuff. We set the camera, we add the camera, we activate something, still the camera, the field of view. So all of this is all camera related stuff. It seems to be. So all of this after here seems to be a camera setup. So let's maybe camera setup. Let's just name it this way so that we can, you know, more easily recognize it in the future. Okay. Okay. So all of this is camera setup. Then we do menu icons for sure is player only, and control ref is sure is player only. Okay. So I think that this part is fine. And here we initialize the animation instance. So here we initialize the animation instance variable, which then will be used later. Okay, so this is fine. This means that this can be overridden, must be overridden actually, must be overridden by each character. So I need to override like this one. I don't know how I see that this is an override, but it is. I mean, for sure it is. In fact, if I click on it, I go on the PS character one. Yes, this is how you see it. You double click on it and you see that it goes up, and the same we'll do here. Okay, fine, perfect. So I have to do the same in my current character then. Yes, exactly. So I need to add a new animation instance variable, like I think is here. So exactly this one, which is of type. Okay, so we need to name it the same. So we'll add a new variable, and this variable will be of type cran animation blueprint. And now this one will be the one that I set on all of this, which hopefully will be also all this set are not correct. Hello, right? I think also all of those unfortunately are not correct because Yeah, so this set attacking is not the same as this set attacking because I just copied from the alien one and is getting, yeah, the one of the alien, so it's not correct. So set in combat, and this one I can actually, what is this symbol here? What is this symbol of two balls? I have no idea. Why we don't have it in? Because probably is a variable that is replicated. I think it means replicated. But why is not replicated here in the alien character? It's kind of interesting. The is in combat is actually set as replicated. So replicated over the network. If I take the one on the alien mail, by the way, if you can keep the same naming, it would be much easier. Otherwise, we become crazy on the naming. But if I take so he's attacking. There should be a variable called is in combat. Okay, here it is. Yes, is in combat for some reason is replicated on the Kran character and is not replicated on the alien mail, which I have no idea why. Way, why the character is still so warped? I mean, is it normal that I see him completely warped like this? Like his hands are completely fucked up. Is this something that is happening on your side as well? And if yes, why? It looks like a Shiva god, you know, with 6 hands or something. But anyway, that is why we have the small symbol, because it's actually replicated. Yeah, seems to be very alien, I agree. Just don't know if it is really the way we want it. Okay, so this way also the CRAN will have the same set of parameters which are called when you call the function play animation, which means that in the casting code we have inside our PS character blueprint in the event graph when we receive the mode. Let me search for stop casting it. Okay, here. Yes, exactly this one. So this one will be play instead of this mess. I will have play animation. Which is connected to the completed and to the false. And the only problem I have is that is that this we call, so this will be cast. So we set the animation to cast, and then when it's finished, after a number of seconds, which is defined by time, we will call the function stop casting. Now stop casting, I think, will have the same problem, because stop casting is, you say, is casting it again to create an animation blueprint, which is a very bad idea. So this one should do again play animation, and display animation should call, yeah, casting to false. So we need to have a cast on, a cast off, exactly like we have for, because it's a time based, I mean, it's not an animation based, but it's a time based animation. So you trigger it on and off. So we need, I think we need to change our cast and make it cast on and cast off. I think, well, actually, I think that pretty much all of them will be like this. Why we don't just pass in a variable which is on and off, you know? Because if you die, is permanent, right? So it's a permanent animation. But if you use attack or greet or sit or anything else, let's say attack or greet is executed once only. So so how do we wait a second, let me check. How do we do it, for example, for attack, right? When we receive the attack animation, play animation attack. Now, the problem is that this will continue forever. Zwei, it's not only the arms. I see also some problem with the. I see also some problem with the legs. Like there is one leg here. What is it? What is it? You see this lag? You see the weighting of this is completely off. There's one leg which is the left leg, which is warped as well. I don't know if it's a matter of weight. Maybe not all the vertices are weighted properly, and so it's because it seems that it default to like a 0, 0, 0 position, you know, like in the T position. It's like this vertex is sent back to the default pose position or T position, you know? And maybe it's the same for the arms. Not sure, but there is something weird going on for sure. The right leg is okay, but the left leg is broken. Okay, so what I was thinking is, why not, if we have to make a generic function that works every time for animation that lasts a certain amount of time and animation that lasts forever. I think we can have it maybe as a parameter, you know, as an input parameter, so that when I call from my character blueprint this, what is it, display animation, right? Display animation, I could say if the play animation is executed once or if it's executed forever, right? Just a bit confused about display animation because I think there is also, you know, a play animation in the mesh. And you see this one? This one is the Unreal Engine one. And I think we were using this to actually play the animation once, while at the moment we are using these variables somehow to play the animation. So I don't know exactly why, probably because it is connected to our states, because we have a kind of a state machine on the animation blueprint which is passing between one and the other, which is this one. Yes. And yes. Because I mean, if it's a one-off attack, I don't think we should set this variable and then set it back. This is what I'm a bit confused here, because why we have this attacking variable if this is always a one-off? Because attack is always a one-off. You know, you play the animation once, and then you wait for the next event. The similar will be for greet. Greet, you play the animation once, and then you wait for the next event. It's not looping ever, right? It's never looping. So why we have this? Why we have if is in combat and weapon class equal to something. It goes back if it's not in combat. A bit confused, boys. Our state machine for Kran is much bigger. Attack one-handed. If he's attacking. Okay, so here is the attacking thingy, which is happening. I'm thinking if we really need to do it this way, you know, because why we don't just play the animation we need? I mean, why we need this graph? Why we need this? Why we need this thing? Why we cannot just play the animation that we want to play at a given time? Why we need all of it? Because the problem is that we will have to replicate all of this for every character, and if we change something, we will have to change something on all these graphs all the time. So why we do this? I have no idea. What is the benefit of doing this? Okay, Dwayne. Dun 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 dun. You know, the way I would do it, but I mean, I don't want to destroy the work that was done by someone else. I feel pretty guilty on doing that if we do it. But I mean, the idle I understand. So the idle is our character staying idle, and that's perfectly fine. So we can have the idle for every character, no problem. But then, you know, when we are going in here, I could have something. I could have something much simpler, right? And the something much simpler is, let me try on the cran, which was not done yet. So if we want to attack, we select cran attack, right? So we say play the animation attack once on this mesh, right? And so let me trash this for a second. So if we're in attack mode, we do this. If we die, now the only problem is that some of those are permanent. Like die is an animation that should play and not go back to idle, right? Well, I think if I just do play animation, I think it will probably go back to idle. Yes, for sure, it will go back to idle as soon as it's completed. Maybe we can test it and see. While if I do cast, I would like to. I think I also have stop animation, right? The same way I have stop animation, animation stop. So, but this changes status animation instance, which is transient data, which means it's not survives the component because of reason. Not to use during construction. So, but it's stop animation. I don't know which animation is stopping. If it's stopping the idle, if it's stopping the current animation, if it goes back to, because I'm thinking that we could pass a parameter here, which is just looping and total duration, something like that, and then we just manage it inside of this directly without having to do any weird stuff of these variables, right? Let me just try with the attack animation what happens. Let me try with another one, maybe the craft. No, the cast. I think with the cast animation. The cast animation, I think I need to. I think this is probably the benefit of this graph, that is regulating, you know, when it's going back to the previous one. Because otherwise what we will have to do that, yes, when cast is cast on, we then play, you know, we then play the animation cast on, and it will be looping, and this will be cran cast, and then we will have a cast off, which we will have to go back to play the animation idle looping, which I think is what this graph is doing. This graph is doing, right? Yes. So maybe we can have a kind of a hybrid approach, which means that for all the ones that are one shot, we just call it with play animation, and for all the others we use the mechanism of variables and states, because actually you are changing to a specific state and you are not changing back until a certain variable is set. So it probably makes more sense to do it this way. So this one will actually be so for casting will actually be set casting to true. So we will use this, you know, and then after some time we will send the casting off. What if we just do on and off instead of adding like 1 million variables? On or off, we can call it. No, is it on? We can call it on. We can call it playing, or we can call it animation is triggered or is active. Let's call it active. Maybe active is easier to understand. So active will be a boolean, and right, sorry, I added in the wrong place. I should add it here, right? Should be a variable on this function. Yes, so this will be like active and boolean, right? I think the code will break in a few places now, but it's okay. So we will only have a cast and not a cast on and off. So we will be cast, and based on this, so we'll be only cast, and we'll be active. We set it like this. It's probably easier, right? So for all the ones that are so now if we do this, what happens in our character blueprint? Let's go back to the character blueprint. So we do something like, yes, play animation will be I mean, we will ignore the active if it's not a looping animation, right? So we can just pass it on like this, saying please attack, or saying please die. Well, die is actually a looping animation, so we have to flag the active flag so that it will trigger the die. Well, we can also do it. This is actually the opposite though, because we have a is alive flag. We should have a is dead flag, but okay, just to keep it consistent with that. But if I die, you know, if I die, then I have, yes, a permanent one. I think there is a better method. I think I start to, the more I think to it, the more I think it's a good idea. The hybrid approach, you know. So there is a set alive, and we should Basically, we should set is alive to false. And we don't care about the active or non-active. So this one we don't care. We don't use it. But like when we are casting, or where we are casting, let's do the casting one because the casting one is the most complex. When we do casting, spell casting, here it is. When we do spell casting, peace, spell casting to false. I think we were doing it. Set mode message on client. I'm confused now. Start casting. So we have two different ways in which we do this. We have one way through the start casting, stop casting, which is coming here and is doing this stuff, which I think is fine. We do animation cast active, yes, and then here we do animation cast active off, right? And that's it. All of this should be removed now, so it becomes only something like that, right? It's only something like this. I don't know if I really like it, but is for now I think it's okay. So I play animation casting active, and then when I stop casting, I play the animation casting not active. Okay, so it is gonna trigger in our current character the cast, yes, to on or off, and this means that in our graph here I will go from from idle to cast spell and back. Okay. Okay. So I think that is kind of okay. Still not fully convinced because we still have a mix, you know. We have a mix. So meaning that we will have to replicate this graph for every character that we have, which is a bit annoying actually. So in the current character we will have this graph. In the alien character we will have again this graph. Now here I did it differently for the alien because it's setting the attacking to true, and here is playing it once only with the play animation. Let me see if everything compiles, and maybe we just test it. But the point, for example, the point for me will be when if I kill a character, whatever character it is, I want to be able to play the die animation. So, and I want to be able to play it, for example, also on my monster, because we have one monster, which is this guy, which by the way should not be here, it should be under NPCs. Should I move it? I think I can move it. Let me create a new folder because we start to be very busy now. I mean, as soon as when we start to add all the NPCs and everything, we start to be very busy. So we need to start to split a bit these folders, otherwise it'll be very hard to navigate. Okay, so everything that is under characters is actually a player character. Everything that is under NPCs is a monster. Okay, and we have about, I don't know, 20 or 30, I don't know how many we have, but we have quite a number of monsters, and so they should have their own place. Okay, so now we have this guy. Now we have this guy. The point is, now that we moved it, is there anything in the database which is actually pointing to our... let me think. Is there something in the database that is pointing to /characters? Because now it should point to /NPCs. That could be annoying. That could be annoying. Because I think that our code sometimes it's not loading the workspace, right? I think so. Let me check, because inside characters, inside race info actually is where we store the information of the mesh, right? And so yes, for example, for cran is cran, for the lavar is lavar. So lavar is the name, is the keyword that is searching to spawn this guy. The only problem I have is lavar character. Okay, because everything is under blueprints. Okay, I think it's fine. I think under blueprints we can keep all the blueprints, yes, and then this one is the yeah, I think it's good. So this will stay here. I think it's okay. So it's not too messy, right? We have one file only, or one object only for each character under blueprints, and then we have all the individual files inside characters or NPCs. I think it's okay. So going back to our reasoning, now if I go inside my lover character, I want to have something similar to this, which is overriding the play animation, because at the moment this guy doesn't even have a blueprint animation. It doesn't have anything, right? Or it does? Let me check. No, he has a blueprint animation actually. But at the moment it doesn't have anything. It just has the fact that he's playing the idle animation forever. Okay. I think it's fine. But this means that, for example, for the die animation, we need to create all that graph for him as well. That's pretty annoying, though. We have to create. I mean, I don't know if there is a way to do it, more generic, that it works for everyone. But now, basically, we need to do this freaking graph for every class, which is a bit annoying. It's very annoying. Because the question will be, can I have an animation blueprint which is generic for all my races, and that it uses obviously a different skeleton or a different mesh, but is having a generic one. Probably not, huh? Because then here I will have, if I want to see this guy dying. By the way, I don't understand what is the difference between, 1 second, animation graph and state machine. Animation graph actually has a state machine inside of it, which we don't have in this guy. So this guy doesn't have a state machine. This guy doesn't have a state machine. And I want to create a new function. How do I create a new state machine inside of this? Um, I don't know how to add a state machine because I didn't do the other ones, but we can search it up. How do I add a state machine? Yeah, okay, how do I create one? I mean, I'm fine. I've freaking... You can create a new state machine inside the anim graph of an animation blueprint editor. State machine, add state machine. Oh, okay. Okay. So basically, then we have our idle state, and our idle state is associated to a specific animation, right? Like our idle animation. our idle animation is this. Yes. Yes, and then if I want to do the same that I have here on the crayon, for example, the death, right? I can create now I need to change this to be I need to add the alive confused already. I need to add the alive flag, which is a boolean, yes, and then I have this exactly as I have, come on, exactly as I have it in the cran. So in this case, if he's not alive, he will go into, yes, my animation, and the same here. Okay, if he's alive, he will go into that transition. So there will be a simple one just to say that I have the ability. So when you enter, you immediately go in idle mode, and then if that happens, yeah, you go in this death mode. Now that, how do I associate this to idle animation? Okay, I can just drag and drop it. It's very cool. You just drag and drop it, and is associating it to that particular node, which is pretty cool. Okay, nice. Okay, so means that this guy is now able to die, right? He's now able to die, and he should be using our genetic code that we have in PS character to actually trigger that. Because let me think. When this guy is actually dying, he receives a set mod message, and here it is, the set mod message, and when he's dead, that is not connected here though. Why? Wait a second. Event receive combat results. I think I did it in 2 places. I think I did it in 2 places. I did it in the receive combat event, which is actually playing the animation die, which is actually gonna call play animation. And play animation is this one, right? Yes. And so in theory, in our character, we should do the same. We should override play animation. We should switch on animation class. And if dead, we set alive to false. Why is working without a target? Okay. It's not working without a target. Okay. Are we sure that when we set the animation instance is actually I think we didn't override the set animation instance, by the way. Or we choose one way, we should choose one way or the other. Do you see a set animation instance on this list? Set animation. There are so many. Okay, I don't see it. What is the exact name? The exact name is it's get animation instance. It's not set animation instance. Okay. That's probably why I was not saying it. Get best interaction. Here it is. Get animation instance. So this one we need on all the characters, and is the one that is setting our variable that we would use like here, right? Now mesh arms. Why are we using mesh arms here? Should just be get mesh. Should be get mesh, and then what? And then get animation instance. And then a cast to cran and in blueprint. And then we want to set this variable. Okay, so it is the one that is setting the variable, yes, to this. We need to do the same also on our lover character, on our NPC. Yes, we need to do that. So I want to override the same function, which is get something. It was at the end. I hope the sequence is the same. Get animation instance. Okay, see. So I think we can keep it in the same position, so it will look pretty much the same. So here I need to do a get mesh again, and from a get mesh I need to do a get animation instance, context sensitive, so it should be only one. Why I did that? I don't know. And then we need to cast this to love or something. No? No, I think it's called giant. Yeah, we need to standardize the names as well, otherwise we will become crazy. And then when I have this, I want to create a new variable first of all, which is animation instance, and this will be of type lover. No, no, giant animation blueprint, right? And this one we want to set it as this. Okay. So we basically do the same here, and we get this variable, and we get this variable and we set it here. Okay. Yeah, check out what you have to check out. Okay, so so now if I attack one or the other, they should die. They should both die. Now, for sure, my clan was capable of dying already. Okay, let's test it out. I have no idea if I did something complete or not, but let's test it out and see what happens. So I'm expecting now that if I attack the monster or the other clan, they have the same behavior. And the same behavior is that when they reach 0 hit point, they both play the death animation, which is no more hard-coded into the blueprints, but it's just generic, you know, is dynamic. Did I delete all the maps or not? I think I didn't. I think I still have all the maps loaded, which is just taking time, you know, and not really being beneficial to us. Okay. Yeah, we still have all the maps, so we're going to delete all these maps. But it's just taking time in the startup of the server and taking a memory and stuff, so if I log in with this character now, hopefully I can. Okay, took a bit, but it did it. Okay. So, yeah, it's recalculating some shaders. As you see here, the ground is black and white because some of the shaders are being recalculated because we changed some of the information. Yeah, I found it. See, Cyborg, I found it. Yes, I found it. Yes, I got it now. I was confused on why it was not a function in the child class, but seems okay. It shows as an event. Yeah, I was a bit confused about that, but it's okay. So let me try to kill this guy. Well, this guy will fight back actually, so he can kill me, but it's fine. It seems I cannot go in combat mode anymore. Ah! Oh my god, it's fighting back. It was so nice to say. First time. Yeah, he played one animation at least. Yeah, I killed him, but he's not doing anything. I killed him, but he's not playing the dead animation. So it seems that our code for playing dead animation is broken now. Let me see what happens with this guy, which should be a bit simpler. If I try to attack this guy, it's not working. It's not doing anything. I don't know why. So making the function generic, we basically broke everything else. So okay, I think we have to go back and fix all of this because it's not working at the moment. It actually crashed in our NPC brain code. NPC brain 493 is where it crashed. He was trying to fire the perception, NPC debug, brain fire perception, and then he went inside NPC behave 401. Let me see if I have NPC behave open already. Yes, it's there. 401. So here we are inside fire perception. Is trying to find all the reaction of this guy, and for some reason is crashing on the react. Reaction 234. Reaction 234. Okay. The problem is that the death animation is not playing anymore, so it seems that this function, this line crashed. I don't know why, but it seems that this line actually crashed with the memory issue. I will have to debug this to see what's happening, but at the same time, I think we have a problem with the execution of our code. We have a problem with the execution of our code. In particular, it seems that this is doing nothing. Our set alive didn't trigger at all. And also our combat mode didn't trigger at all. So, so I don't remember if, I'm trying to remember if when I when I press the tab key, because we associated the tab key, right, to the combat mode. Input action, there should be an input action combat mode, input action options, blah blah blah, mouse mode, I think it's called mouse mode. Yeah, I think it's mouse mode. So an in combat mode on, an in combat mode off, combat mode, multicast, play animation, combat off. Wait a second. Why combat on is doing the multicast and combat off is not doing the multicast? I mean, this makes no sense. This code is broken. This code is broken. So animation combat mode on is calling animation multicast. Can we have an on and off as a parameter here? So maybe it's a bit easier. Let's call it combat on and let's make it a boolean, and this means that here we flag it as true, and yeah, check out whatever you need to check out. And I don't understand this thing. Why is done this way? Why is done this way? It's wrong. So an in combat on and combat off. Okay. So if it's off, this is off. This is calling this with this variable, and this variable will be passed into. So we can do a kind of a branch or something, right? We can do a branch. So if it's true, we do combat on. If it's false, we do combat off. Okay. So this seems to me a bit better now. Combat on and combat off. Okay, so at least our position should be properly mirrored in all the clients. Now, for some reason, when I was attacking, I was seeing the animation, but then when this guy was dying, he's going on multicast, he's going on die, and this guy on die is coming here, he's going to die, and he's setting alive to fall. So this one should actually trigger now. Not 100% sure, but let's put a printout and let's say event play animation die, and let's see if this is getting triggered anyway, because I'm not fully sure at this point. I'm not fully sure that it is getting triggered properly. But I think that now we have multiple entry points, unfortunately, to our die animation. We have one which is the set mode, and one which is the receive combat results, and I think both are doing the same thing, unfortunately. Which, I mean, it should just double down on the fact that we are playing a death animation, but I don't know if the fact that we are coming in from 2 different points is messing up, you know? Okay, so let me see first of all if our combat mode is working okay. Is not. Okay, cool. So he's not playing the combat animation at all. When I press tab, he's not playing the combat animation at all. He was doing it before, he's not doing it now. Why? Maybe because this thing is not connected, but I think this thing is not connected, huh? It is probably why. Let me see again when we have an in combat mode on. No, I should do this. I should do this and this. Ah, yes, but then it's calling the. No, okay. We have to connect it. If you don't connect it, it will never work. Okay, fine. That's fine. So we do animation instance, right? Animation instance, which by the way can be at the top. We need to have a set combat to on, and we need to have a set combat to off. I don't know if I like it more with one single animation instance or with multiple, because I think the one single animation instance is nice, but multiple are making it very messy. So I will probably I don't know actually what is easy, what is nicer to say. I think probably it's better with only one actually. Okay. So yeah, the fact was that in combat was not connected, so that makes us hope that it can actually work okay. Okay, so the death animation is weird, it didn't play. The attack animation played okay. Yeah, the attack animation played okay. It played also for the enemy, which is nice. The problem is that he played once and then he stayed in that position, so he didn't get back, you know, to the. So that's the problem of doing it this way. Let me see if Cyborg is, because he's answering now. So let me see if he's listening to the stream. Because I have a question about the state machine, and I'm not completely sure that I guess so. Probably I have to convert all of this again to attack and non-attack, but the fact is that is one animation only. Um, are you listening to me? Cyborg, are you listening? Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello. Seems you are not, huh? Okay. Okay, let's test it this way, but I think that this will not work as expected. We work okay for the... Let me just delete all the maps that we don't need, because all these maps are just taking space in memory. What I'm pressing on, I'm pressing something. Okay, sorry. All of this we don't need. Okay, so it's loading a bit quicker because all those maps are basically empty map that we set up just to fill out the world, but at the moment they don't contain geometry. But being very large maps, when you load them up, when you load up the server and the client, they are actually taking time. They are actually taking time to load the map. Why I have this window? Let me close this. Okay, let's log in and see. Yeah, you see it's a bit quicker to load now. And also the server is starting up quickly. Okay, so let me see if combat mode works okay. Yes, so now it works okay. So if I'm pressing tab, you see I go in combat mode and I go back from combat mode. I go in combat mode and back from it. Okay, nice. Now, if I attack this guy, if I select him and I attack him, he's attacking back, which is pretty nice. But you see, after we do this, we are stuck in this mode. So yeah, so that's the problem of using play animation directly, which is pretty bad. So that's why we use the state machines. I think that's why. Otherwise we should. So you see now I'm in this position forever, and he's in that position forever as well. Okay, so I understand. I think it was a good idea, but it was not a good idea. The problem is, the big problem we have then, if we have to do it all with state machines, also individual animations, you know, that's super annoying. That's super annoying. That's super annoying because you know what it means? It means that for each character we will have to recreate we will have to recreate the full state machine. This one for each character. With all the conditions and everything, and it's exactly the same for each character. I mean, it's exactly identical. On monsters can be slightly different if they have special attacks or if they have weird stuff that they have to do, but like, I mean, I don't think that is the right way. We need to find another way. I think if we do it like this, it would be a mess. It would be a huge mess because imagine all the emoticons, all the emotes, I mean. So greet, bow, smile, laugh, angry, blah blah blah. So each of them we need to have a freaking it's not good. That is not good. This is not good. We need the single animations. We need to find a way to play and then go back to the actual state. It is not reasonable, you know. It is not reasonable. State machine versus single animation. I mean, versus, let's say, play animation. The problem will be, how do I find this? Play animation. What if I type it all? I have a state machine. Oops. Creating transition rules. Hmm. Um. I need to know how to go back to my state machine. I mean, how do I restore when the how do I know when this animation is completed? Yeah, exactly this one. Play specific animation and return to idle. That's exactly what I need. I think this guy has the same problem. I need to be able to play specific animation on a character from Blueprint, then return to his normal ABP behavior. The problem is that the play animation not clip does not work like that. Character never returns to ABP. And almost every answer in the same question of a threaded animation montage. Okay, well, in those answers, for every animation I want to play, but we have another animation that tells me to create animation. Animation montage gives the most control over animations. If you want to call a specific animation from character blueprint, you can easily do that. Just set up a variable in the character blueprint that the animation has access to. Then do checks for it in your state machine. If you're looking for a way to just make the animation restart from the beginning every time without blending, I can't find another way to toggle over the minus on the state machine. They're saying that we have to flag something, but I think we have flagged it already, but it's not our point, I think. I think it's not our point. Always reset on entry. Whether or not this state will always reset is state on re-entry regardless of remaining wait. No idea what this means. This is not good. I mean, obviously I can make another state in the state machine. That is the easiest solution, you know. Yeah, you see, this guy is exactly our same reasoning. This guy has the same reasoning, you know. He's like, I have to create state machine for everything, and then he's saying, well, I can just use play animation, but then he's getting stuck like we are, and he's saying, no, maybe I should not do it. I have the same problem, boys, but it seems that these guys are saying that it's not a good idea. Now, is it a good idea? I mean, is it a good idea for us to? Because, okay, let's say that we want to do it all with state machine. Okay, so we say, oh yes, we do it all with state machine. So let's say that we have 10 different emotes, right? And emotes are like greet, like bow, like angry, like whatever, right? So what does it mean? It means that I need to, you know, I need to create a new node for each of them, and then I need to connect every possible freaking case with the 10, right? Because I could greet when I'm in idle, I could greet while I'm casting a spell, I could greet, I don't know, maybe not when I'm attacking, but like when I'm riding a horse and so I have my ride horse animation, I could do it. There will be millions of lines on this graph, and then I have to replicate this graph for every character that we have in the game, which is 11, no, which is 19, I don't remember. I think it's 10 plus 1 that has no sex, so it's 19, something like that. But yeah, so we'll have 19 graphs that will look exactly the same, and every time we want to add a new animation, we need to freaking change the state machine for all the 19. I mean, I'm getting crazy if I do this. Completely crazy. Is an absurd amount of graphs for nothing. So I don't believe that. You know, and the hit is very similar. You see, the hit is very similar. It's like an emote. So it happens once, and then you go back to idle, but that is so stupid. It is so stupid. I need to set my character into a specific state to play a one-off animation one time. I understand the difference between casting and idle, perfectly okay, or idle ranged compared to sit. Like for example, sit here is not here, but we need it, and we need a sit animation. So I understand that, but the single one like hit, I don't feel it's proper to put it in this graph. Let me try emote and state machine. I think there must be another solution, boys. I don't believe we need to do that. Can I have emote as the main word in this search? I think we need to ask to someone that has more knowledge than us. emote is not here. Do you really think we should do for every state machine the same? I mean, for every animation to have a state machine state? That's a bit brutal to me. Let's try with one-off animation and state machine. Like a one-off animations. So a state machine runs basic animations such as breathing, running, jumping. While one animation are triggered from blueprint using animation montage. Yeah, exactly. Well, not exactly, but it works fine. However, it requires me to have an animation montage for every animation I want to play that way. Now, most of these montages will only contain a single animation, so are nothing but a wrapper for the animation. This feels redundant to me. Is there a way to play animation sequence directly just as it were montages? Can I maybe cast an animation sequence to a montage? The play animation function caused my mesh to vanish somehow. Some more research in animation might make me think I should basically just have one montage containing all of these one-off animations as separate sections. So whenever they will cause a new issue, do I need to know the length of some of this animation? They're always to get a length of this animation montage. What we describe is solvable as a dynamic animation montage. One is to add a slot node in your animation blueprint and give it a name, like default slot. One slot is often used for layers. We can use another variety. To activate the slot and play the animation montage with animation check, play slot animation as dynamic mode, which we can play the animation as a montage. This node is a parameter for the slot use and not the animation sequence. Just use single animations. However, if your animation can be interrupted or changed halfway, use montages. Why don't you use an animation blueprint? I'm using animation blueprint, I'm not sure what you're suggesting. Less than the first person template does. Right. You see that the people seems to have the same question, huh? I mean, people are really thinking, what do I do with the one-off? And it seems that they are saying that the one-off are better done inside this animation montage, which unfortunately I never tried. So I think we should use this. I mean, we should try at least to use this because I'm not willing to create a super complex state machine. I mean, I'm not gonna do it. I mean, it will be like impossible, right? It would be totally impossible to create a state machine with all those states. So this seems to be the solution. He has loop count, he has the play rate, he has the blending, he has this slot name. Okay, that's interesting. Do we want to do it now or do we want just to suggest someone else to do it? because maybe Cyborg is more used to animation stuff and he can do it for me while I'm fixing the rest of the code for the combat. But yeah, this is what I would like to do. I mean, I would like to use this. Let me just type this into the chat so we remember this. I would say after some investigation, I think we should use apply slot as animation dynamic montage for all the one-off animations like attack, greet, etc. And use state machine for the more permanent ones like that, sit, swim, etc. Right? So yeah, can you investigate this option? I'm asking him if he can investigate this option while we finish the combat code, because I think is probably the way to go. So this will simplify, and hit as well, right? Hit is another one that is a one-off. So hit, greet, yes. Yes, this will simplify the graph a lot. We'll only have the permanent states here, and we will be able to then trigger our animations in the blueprint, from the blueprint here. So I will be able to do this. Like, and this now is very bad, so we should not do it because this is really messing up things. This is really messing up things, so we should not do this. The point is, it was working before though, right? So when I was attacking the previous videos, wasn't it working okay? That I was like attacking and then it was going back to the. So what was the difference there? I was not using play animate. What I was using to attack. What I was using to attack. That's a good question. I don't remember, but let me try to go under Plane Shift Official and say if I look at my own video. The last one that we did, so even the last one, I think, when we were trying to attack, right? When we were trying to attack, let me see. It was invincible, right? So now you see that both have been disabled. So now the character is able to attack me. Then I just select. Yeah, it's going back to the idle animation for sure. It is. We are playing the attack, and then it's going back to the attack animation. To the idle animation, I mean. So why was working before and is not working now? That's a good question. Maybe because it was only client side? I don't think so. Did we use play animation or did we use something else? I think I can compare. I can go here and compare the graph with Subversion, because I think in my, so when I was pressing attack in my mouse, yes, when I was pressing the left mouse button, right? So I had this one, which was I click on the left mouse button and I request the attack. Yes, exactly. And then the server is sending me back the attack thingy. Exactly. So request attack PC. Request attack PC is calling request attack. Request attack is going in player character, in player controller base. There is a request attack for sure. Yes, there it is. Not request banking. Request attack. This request attack is doing handle attack in user manager. And this one, combat manager gets stance attack. Come on. Receive attack animation, right? Receive attack animation. So this is what we trigger by the code. So after we do this, we then have a receive attack animation, which is potentially in our character blueprint. Yes. And our receive attack animation was doing this multicast. So why was working before is not working now? Can we compare this magic and combat for the previous code and the current code? I think we should. So under PS character blueprint, I want to compare this one with the one that we have in Subversion. I want to check if mouse and keyboard, exactly this one. We want to compare and say, what the hell? Now, was magic in combat or was sorry, I'm confused. What was it? It was magic and combat. Okay, magic and combat should have no, it's before magic and combat, because this receive attack animation. This receive attack animation is under event graph. Okay, so event graph is here. There should be a receive attack animation somewhere. Receive attack animation, there it is. So this piece is identical. Doesn't make any difference. Okay. It's calling anim attack multicast, which is in magic and combat. Anim attack multicast. Anim attack multicast. Anim attack multicast. I think it's this one, right? Anim attack multicast. Anim attack multicast in character blueprint. Can I search here? Anim attack. No, I think I'm not searching here. I'm searching in the properties. Okay, so I cannot search inside of this. Anim attack multicast. This is actually this one. Anim attack multicast is actually this one. Yes. So why now is not working? Limit multicast. Seems to be exactly identical. So anime attack multicast is calling play animation. Play animation is the same. I just added this additional attribute, but it's fine. Play animation is actually inside. Okay, so now play animation is the one that we override. So it's definitely different from before. So display animation was here somewhere. Now I have to find where it is. There it is. Play animation. It was not this one. Play animation was where was this play animation before? That is what I'm trying to search, but I cannot find it. Where was play animation? If any one of you still has the previous version, can you help me a second and trying to understand where was the play animation in the previous one, because I'm getting super confused now. So where was this? Where was this play anime? How was this play animation before the change we did a few days ago? I mean, I can revert it. I can commit what I have and just revert and see. It probably is the easiest. Because, yeah, let's do this. Let me close the editor and commit what I have, and then go back and see why it was working, because this is very, very weird to me. Let me see what I should commit though. All of this, yes. All of this, yes. All the maps, no. All of this, yes. Okay, yes. Basically all. So let's say attack and die animations as override of PS character blueprint. Right. Let's say first try is a first try. I mean, it's not yet done. Okay, check that in. Now let me get the previous version, the version where we had. So I want to get the problem is there has been so much committed in the meantime. But yes, I want to get this version. I think it would take a lot because there are like 200 megabyte of stuff. Let's see. No, it didn't took too much. Okay, fine. So now I want to launch the editor here and see what happens. Did they change the code? I don't know. It's wait, is it that a fix that you did on the Blender file or that you did on the Unreal Engine import somehow? Okay, let me see. In this version, receive an attack animation. Yes, new attack multicast. Ah, it was just doing this. Yeah, but if I do this, then I don't get it. So I was basically using the variable already. I was using the variable already, but then how do I go back to idle mode then? Okay. So I was using I was not playing an animation. I was setting the attacking variable. The thing that I don't understand for these one-off animations is what the hell. I mean, there is something I don't get, you know. So in this state machine, I'm setting the attack animation, the attacking something, right? So if I'm attacking, what is this doing? So I'm inside a idle one-ended. Okay, so I'm here. I'm basically in this block because I'm in combat. Okay, and then I'm triggering this. How does it return automatically to the previous one without looping? That's my question. Because this one is permanent, right? How does it return? Attacking one-handed. Attacking one-handed. How does it return back? I don't understand it. It should return back when attacking is not anymore set, okay, but I don't think I do it in the code. I think I just trigger one animation and that's it. How does it return to idle then? In this version of the blueprint, right? So because I'm setting attack, I can search this, but I don't think I'm setting it anywhere else. Set attack. It was this piece that I removed. Set attacking. It was this piece actually. It was we're doing it only once and then going back. You see this one? But I removed it. So this is what Cyborg added. And was to avoid that we were getting stuck into attack forever. But actually, also without this code, it was working okay. So I'm a bit surprised how it could work. So there was this code doing the going back to the idle position. Okay, I think at least I understand how it was done, and it's fine. So let me update to the latest. Okay, now updated to the latest, which is the one that I checked in now. And so let's use the attacking, because after attack, I don't think it returns to idle automatically. So that's my problem at the moment. I don't know why it was working okay. That I was slashing once and then going back to my idle animation. It was pretty cool. It was working. Pretty cool, it was working okay. Okay, so let's do this. Let's have our play animation, which by the way is now the way we do everything. So let's remove this, which is we understood is a bad idea. We understood is a very bad idea. And we do the set attacking. Okay. Now set attacking to throw, right? Now here there was another piece of code that after the set attacking to throw, we were doing few additional things, right? We were doing few additional things, but at the moment, let's say that we don't do it. I want to say if he continues to attack or not. In theory, he should continue to attack, but wow, all the maps. In theory, should continue to attack, but it seems he was not doing that. Which is exactly what we want, but I don't understand why. What's going on? What? Someone checked in the fuck it. Someone checked in the startup script. Okay. That's why you checked in also the startup scripts. It's not a good idea. I mean, okay, it's okay, but so in my case, what is in my case? In my case, I have my PS Unreal and my Unreal Engine. What is it? Unreal Engine is here. And okay, and the Unreal project is here. Okay. Okay, so now we should start. Hopefully. Yes. You're starting up. Nice. Okay. Sorry, I was doing something else on another PC. Okay, let's log in and see now when I attack. Now the combat mode seems to work okay. Why is always night, by the way? So the combat mode seems to work okay, because I switch actually, you see, to combat mode. Now the attack, let me see if it's permanent. You see, it's not permanent. So it's working as expected, even if we don't do the looping. So strange. Now he's not attacking back anymore though. But he's dying okay. So let's wait 1 second that this guy responds, because I want to test something without having him. Oh, I got a Tone Falcon of Purity. Oh yes, I want this. I got a special weapon from the randomization. I got a Tone Falcon of Purity. Very nice. Yeah. Let me just wait till he comes back. I think the camera is too close to the character, by the way. Okay, if I try to attack this guy. Okay, I want to attack this guy. I'm getting blocked. I'm missing. Okay, I killed him. But this guy doesn't go into death animation. I was expecting him to play the death animation, but he's not doing it. Why? He's not playing the death animation, even if... Okay, he respawns like the others, so the respawn seems to be okay. You see, he disappeared after some time. And now he should reappear. There it is. He reappears. So, the spawn manager is managing him okay. Yes, the spawn manager is... But, he's not playing our death animation. I don't know why. Why is not playing the death animation like anyone else? So in theory he should come here. Let me see if we get any errors server side. Do we get any errors like... These printouts are too many. Sending NPC disconnect, schedule NPC respawn in 0 seconds. Okay. Killing NPC. I don't see any errors here, so it seems okay, but so what I was expecting that like for any other character we were receiving a die event, and the die event was then multicasted like for any others, and then we were playing this animation, so we were entering into our play animation of our lover character, which is here, and here we were then doing the die animation, you see, where we set is alive to false, and this set is alive to false is actually connected to our NPC animation blueprint, which is called giant something, right? Which is this guy, and this is where I connected my data animation, and I said that we should go here if he's not alive, and back if he's alive again. So, and this one we associated to the die animation. So, yeah, I think it should work, but it's not working for some reason. Why didn't multicast and play this animation? That's the question. Because this will prove, you know, that our way of doing things now is the correct one, but maybe we can put some printouts just to understand if we are coming in here. I can try. So let's see if we arrive here, okay? So we say lover play animation die, and then we have maybe another one which is in PS character. Let me just save, compile and save this. Okay, yes, check out that, who cares? Then we have another one which is magic and combat. Because I'm not sure why we have this double thingy. So we have it one on that side and one on this side. I don't get why. Combat result die, because you see here is doing something different. Combat result die, so it may come from here or it may come from the play animation set mode, right? No, probably comes only from here. Okay, let's try like this just to see where it's going through, because at the moment I'm not fully convinced. So let's launch it again and see when I kill that guy if he actually triggering at least the combat result die and then he's triggering the animation. Then maybe it's something wrong in my state machine, which I will be perfectly fine with because it's the one that I created on the fly. So if there is an error there, I think we are good. If it's an error somewhere on the server is a problem, because in theory the code should be exactly the same. And for all the characters, so all the characters should act exactly identically from the server perspective, right? Okay, so now this guy is selected. Now this guy is not selected. Why I cannot? Sometimes I cannot select if I'm in front of him. It's like if I'm clicking my own thingy. But let me try to kill him. Okay, I killed him now. I killed him on the first hit. Wow. Okay, I killed him on the first hit. Let me see if our server printed out something meaningful for the die events. The problem is that he's spamming stuff. He's spamming stuff because obviously the other guy is active. So combat result die, lover play animation die. Okay, so it's good. So we arrive in the same place. Okay, good. We arrive in the same place. So from the server perspective, that is okay. There is something not working, which is the state machine. State machine is not working. The state machine is not working because here we go through perfectly, here we go through perfectly, and here we go through perfectly as well. And we print this lover play animation die, so perfect. So now, or my animation instance is not set, but I don't think so. I think it's we could print out this variable, but I think it would give me an error if this one is not properly set, you know. So I think it would give me an error for sure. How do I know if my state machine is actually associated to my character? Is it associated to my character automatically or not? Why now is always playing the die animation? And not the idle animation? I don't understand. It's playing the idle animation here. It depends on what you click. Okay, it's fine. So is there a way to associate my state machine to the character, or is automatically this way? I mean, it's pretty simple. I can check. I mean, I can put this here, you know. No. Right. Come on. Animation pose. Okay, idle state. Idle state. I'm saying I would like to have that animation instead of, you know, if I drag and drop this die here, it says change the node, play giant fixed anime animation die. Yes. I put it here, but then when I double click, I'm still on idle. Why? No idea. Okay, I will have him play the die animation always. Okay, instead of the idle, we have the death. Why? Because I want to see if my state machine is actually working. So now we should see him continuously die, or anyway, or die one time and stay there. I have no idea. I think we should see him continuously die. It will be falling off the ground continuously, I think. Okay, our state machine is not associated. That's the problem. Yes. Okay. Because it's not dying, you see? It's not dying in any way. I mean, it's still playing the idle animation. So, how do I associate the state machine? Because I never did it. Someone else did it for me. How do I associate the state machine? I don't know, man. Why this thing is not dying continuously? Why is it playing the idle animation? Why? I have the die animation as the idle state, and idle state is the first one you get when you enter here. So it must be, you know, Unless I didn't save it, but I think I saved it. You think I didn't save it? I forgot to save this. I mean, it's possible. Yeah. Is a state machine automatically assigned, or because it's part of the character? I don't know if in the character blueprint I should associate it somehow. Like here, maybe I need to, in the construction, I need to no, it doesn't seem I'm doing anything yet. Maybe I just didn't save it. I don't know. I'm testing now after clicking on save again, but no, it's just playing the idle animation. It doesn't care about that. It doesn't care about my state machine at all. Movement mode, walking, navigation, data, montage, none. Path following idle. No idea. Kinda confused. Is there a way to say, is there something I need to say to associate my state machine? Animation mode. Maybe it's under animation mode. Animation mode. Let me check my crank character. So my crank character, we go under mesh. I associate a skeletal mesh, and then I associate my animation mode equal to the blueprint and the blue. Okay, so this is what we do. Okay, this is how we do it. So let me see this guy. This guy has what? Yeah, it's the same. He has animation blueprint, and he has this animation blueprint C associated. Yeah, an animation blueprint associated is this one, which has my idle. If I click on this, I see him dying, but like here in the preview, I see him idle still. Why I see the idle animation anyway? Even if I have my animation die as here in the idle state. Why? Can you tell me why? I want to know why. Why I continue to see him this way in the blueprint? Something is not working. It continues to be idle as a default. think there is a stupid setting that I'm missing that is not making him work as we want. Like for example, in the current character, we have all of this, but I don't think it's important. Lava has 2V, believe it or not. But I'm super surprised that if I put my state machine, is there any property here that I have to set? Then idle, custom blueprint, no. Preview mesh, animation, no. I mean, if I take this and I put it here, does the preview change? No, the preview doesn't change either here. Blend space run. Because here we have a blend space. This is a bit more complex actually in the current animation, but you see? Here is automatically doing this. So here is dying continuously. You see it's dying continuously? Now that I changed it here. Now why in my character here is not doing this? Right? Why is not executing this in any way? Play, blah blah blah. Play, blah blah blah. This is not working. I don't know. It's like this is not triggering. I have no idea. I'll try to remove this. It's exactly the same. Wait a second. Why is working there and not in my freaking giant? New state machine. Entry idle. Is there any rule on this arrow? I don't think so. Is there any rule on my idle thing? I don't think so. Idle is playing die. Ah, my friends, I don't know why. There is no. Why don't see this freaking working? Why this is not? You know. He's always playing the idle animation. Whatever I do, he's always playing the idle animation. Even if I ask him to do something different. There's a problem in this graph, but I don't know why. I don't know why. animation attack. But I mean, if you put it here, use specific animation mode, use a specific animation, or default. Default is default. You see that now this character in the viewport is dying continuously, exactly like we want. But if we open this guy in the viewport is always in idle mode, so it's not executing the state machine. It's not executing the state machine. So how do I tell this freaking character to execute the state machine? State machine not playing. Anyone can help me to know why the state machine is not triggering? Because we are losing a bit of time. We are losing a bit of time for something that should be super simple and in reality is not triggering as we want. In the state machine of the CRAN, as soon as I change, for example, the idle, and I have it like this, and I compile and save, it automatically changes, you see? So now it's not dying anymore, it's just in idle state. So it's automatically working. When I go in my giant, which is here, in my graph, I have my idle state, and I can delete it. I can delete the idle state and make another. Who cares? He's always, I mean, whatever I put here, even if it's empty, he's always playing the idle state, in any case. And here, for some reason, he's playing the attack animation. Default. Animation default. The problem is that I don't think I can... Animation... What do I have in my CRAN here? If I go under animation, I have default CRAN blend space idle run. Yes, that's the default, but actually if I change the animation, it changes properly. If I do animation die here, specific animation, Now it goes to die, but doesn't seem to consider anything that I do here. You know, I have my state test. I associate my, I don't know, walk to it. Right, so now this one is playing the walk animation, but the preview is still playing the idle animation. The preview is always playing the idle animation. I don't know why. And in-game is doing the same. So it seems that my state machine is not associated to my character, or is not working somehow. I don't know. In terms of settings, I don't know what I can set. I mean, on this one I can set if it's a loop animation, which is the actual sequence, play rate, start position, sync group. I can put in some value as pins, so if I want to have something, okay. There must be something else that I'm missing, but I don't know what. Did I link it to animation graph? I don't know. I click here on animation graph, something pops up. There is this thing in the middle. Should I do this? I think that's it. I just had to change in my animation graph this thing to the final pose. Okay, GG, man. Thank you, Amy. You actually helped me a lot. There was that small step in between, you know. So now let me redo everything. So this thing will be idle. Then this thing will have a new state, which will be that. And idle will have the idle animation. Which, by the way, doesn't do anything. I have to do it manually, I don't know why. If I drag and drop that, it works only the first time. But it's fine. So it is the idle animation. And now here on that we will have die animation. You see, it doesn't do shit. I have to put it manually. But it's fine. Then in my state machine I should say that this is triggering when my how did I do that? Ah, yes. Because I deleted them now, but when get alive, not alive, go there. Okay. So this is of okay, and then he exit from this. Alive as a default should be true. I think as a default is false. But we just check if on the CRAN that variable is true as a default. I think it should be. If I go here and I go in the state machine, be alive, what? Well, I don't see the properties of this variable anymore. If I click here, idle to death. So I have to be inside. Okay, I have to be inside. Why the right panel is not changing when I click on my variable? It's so weird. Because I have to click on details. Okay, there's two tabs here, preview and details. Okay, yes. Anyways, alive is true as a default on the CRAN, so as I was expecting. So it should be alive. It should be default here as well. Okay, fine. Then so that is what it is now. We also can go back. And that is where alive is true. Okay, fine. I think we did it, boys. Wow, it was harder than I was thinking, but just because I didn't know that there was this animation graph in between. But okay. So can I revert my... I don't want to do changes to CRAN character, I think, right? Because I messed it up a bit. I did few, you know, clicks just to test things, so I don't want to do any change to this. So check out refresh. No, I will not say. I don't want to save it. And this guy, I want to revert. Yes. No, not this guy. This guy. Select the file. It should be reverted. Fine. Okay. So my current character now is clean again, and I would like to do it also for my blueprint, but it seems to have not been saved. Okay, so it's fine. This one has not been saved, so reload. The following application be modified. Would like to reload the packages? Yes. Okay, so I don't change it. Okay, fine. So I think everything is okay. So let me test if this guy dies. Okay, which was the whole purpose of the session we had today. Well, actually, the name of the stream is NPC Fight It Back, but unfortunately, we need to have the animations working okay. And we decided to make the animations more generic, which I think is the best way at the moment. The only problem I have with the state machine is that we would have to add like 1 million states, and I don't know if I like it. I don't know if I really like the fact that we should add so many states inside the state machine. I don't know. I think is we need a simpler way. Okay, let me try to kill this guy. Boom. I missed. I missed again. It died. The problem is that it continues to die. Okay. It continues to die. Well, that's something else that we have set probably on the... It's like if it's returning back to that. I don't know why, but there's probably a setting in my... Let me see. This animation should be played once, it should not be looping, so that's the difference. So the dead state animation, yeah, loop animation. You just remove this, and it should be fine. Okay. So, but anyway, it works. So, what this has proven to us? Well, this has proven to us that our generic way of playing animation works properly, which is very nice. So, meaning that we have a way from the server side to trigger the different animations, and the different animations are getting played for each character differently. Yeah. The only problem is that I need to create a state machine all the time, which is so annoying. I need to create a state machine for each, and if we add one action, this one action should be added to all the state machines, which is she's pretty crazy, actually. She's pretty crazy. So basically this means, like I was saying before, that our state machine will look super crazy. Will look like if we have 20 emotes, we will have like 20 states here, just to trigger the animation once and then go back, you know. So for all the one-off animations, we will have to create a state, say that that animation finished, do it again, and that I really don't like. If I have this animation looping, does it mean that it goes back to idle or not? It just plays it once, right? It's not super clear to me if I am like in idle one-ended, okay, like I am when I'm in combat mode. Then I trigger the attack, so I go down here because my variable is attacking is true. Then when I click again, in theory I should already be here, so I don't even know why it works, but anyway, it works. Okay, now we want the NPC to do this and attack us and actually trigger this animation. Now it's not doing it because it's not entering combat mode. That is problem, I think. That is not setting the combat mode. So how do we set combat mode? How do we set combat mode for the NPC? Because for us is easy. For us is we press tab and we go in combat mode. Super easy, right? So we do it, I don't know, we do it somewhere. By the way, can I clean up this thing? Because I added all of this, but I don't think that is really needed. This was the one that I was using when I wanted to bind the event to overlap, right? So, but I don't want this anymore, so I think I can delete all of this. This was just a test, and this test is not relevant anymore. Okay, so we just delete it. No, I was saying, for me it's easy because whenever I press tab, I enter into combat mode, right? And yes, I enter into combat mode. And where do I do it? I do it inside my event, blah blah blah, event receive. I think you do it in input. We have a kind of an input thingy. Input mouse mode. Okay, I do it here. I do it here. There is this flip-flop. By the way, what is this big block? User interface interaction. I don't know if I really like this bit. Can we just put this in a more clean place? Like, yeah, like all of this, we make it enter and exit from combat mode. Okay, so it is me entering and exiting from combat mode, which I think is fine. Now for the NPC, it is not really happening. For the NPC, it is not really happening. So the best way we can do it is, I think we should receive a set mode combat. I think we should receive a set mode combat. Receive combat results. No. There should be. I think it's this one. Set mode message. Right? So when we receive this, and I think we receive it for the NPC as well, I hope. Right, and here we still have all this mess about spell casting. We should fix this because there is still old. You see, is using cast to grant an MVP. So all of this is fucked up completely. So we need to change this. The way we need to change it is then when I'm in spell casting mode. Yeah, I think these two methods still work, but I should call play animation. I should call play animation casting. Now, play animation casting. The problem is that I have to multicast it to everyone, otherwise they will not see it. Yeah, I mean, at the moment I'm not multicasting this part, while I should. At the moment I'm multicasting only the die event, the attack event, and the combat. Well, the combat mode is here though. Combat mode on, combat mode off. Okay, so this one is the one that I'm doing here for me. Yes, in the same way, exactly in the same way. Exactly in the same way I should do it when I receive the set mode set mode here. Now, why do I go on client to do this? It's completely useless to go on client. Completely useless. Because all these events are server side and multicasted. So there is no need for me to come to the client. Totally useless to come to the client. Totally useless. So, I mean, unless I want to call something on the particular, but I don't think I want to call anything in my UI, you know, and in my... The only thing I want to do is to set an animation. So I think that this guy should go away. This guy should be called here instead of there. This is not needed anymore. And the mode is actually this. And I want to stay server side. And still server side, I want to call these two methods, combat mode on, combat mode off. And I want to call this when I go in combat. And I want to call this other one when I go in peace mode, which is when I die. So when I go in peace mode, I want to turn off the combat mode. The mode didn't connect. Yes, I connected it now. Thank you. You're following, eh? You're following me, boys. Step by step. I'm impressed about your dedication to follow what I'm doing. The mistakes I'm making. Okay, so we want to do a few things. When we we want to go like this, but we also want to go casting mode off, right? In casting mode, I don't think we have it already. I think we need to create it. We need to create a new thing here, which is in combat mode. So let's create a new event which is called anim cast on casting on. I think we should do casting mode on and casting mode off, right? It's the same thing. Why we don't pass a variable? I don't like too much this thing without I mean that has on and off but doesn't have a variable. I mean you can just put a variable which is on and off and that's easier, no? I mean I can call it casting mode, pass in a variable, and then I will have my multicast, which would be exactly the same as this one. Right, so I will create another event. I think we can simplify that code. Unless I'm missing something, I think we can simplify. Casting mode, multicast, and this one also will have the same. Casting mode. It would be a boolean, yes. And so the thing we should do is, so this one will be replicated, this will be multicast. This one will be execute on server and reliable, right? And this one will just have to call the other one, casting mode multicast. Oops. Casting multi. Okay. And casting mode we connected in. Now Mm, 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 mm. Now here we have the two things. We have play animation, combat on, and combat off, which also I really don't like. Why we need a combat on, a combat off? Why we cannot just have one animation and then active or not active, like I said here, right? Okay, let me do it for casting and then we see if it works, because I'm not 100% convinced. So here we do a branch. No, we don't even do a branch. We just call play animation on character blueprint, yes. Then we just pass in this active mode and we just say cast. And that's it. I mean, that's much simpler. So this will be for casting mode. And then what? Then what we need to do, we need to ensure that all our characters, that's what makes me a bit mad, but all our characters have in their animation blueprint casting mode, which in this case is this one, cast spell, which is triggered by casting. Yes, exactly. So in the CRAN we have it already. And this means that our play animation, when we do cast, is setting casting based on active. Yes, exactly this. Can I remove this combat on and combat off because I really don't like it? I know it will break few things, but I think it's better to break it now than have to redo everything later on. So let's break it now. So I will remove. I know it's a bit painful, but we're gonna do it. I will remove from data combat on and combat off. Will just be called combat, and this one will have to be deleted. And this will break few things for sure. This will break few things, but in particular, you see now we have one combat only. But the good thing is that we can do this, and then we can pass the active here, and we don't need this anymore, right? So it's a bit simpler. And in the same way, combat off can go away. And in the same way, if I go in my player character now, this on and off will not exist anymore. I will change this to combat mode. I will add a new variable which is combat mode, which is a boolean, and I will pass on this. On and off will make no sense anymore, so I can delete it. This branch makes no sense anymore. I will just have one play animation with combat, and I pass in the variable. Right? So this is much simpler. So we basically, based on the variable that we pass in, we decide what to do. Okay, now a few things for sure are broken now. Like, I think we have something in the alien mail. Well, there are more things broken. Combat mode off. Yes, this doesn't exist anymore. So now it is called combat mode. It should have a variable though. Why doesn't it have a variable? What the hell? I think it messed up. I think the code messed up. because look, if I do this, and in combat mode, you should have a variable on it, and here you see it doesn't have a variable. So okay, so in this case we have combat mode true. Now in case of peace, what I want to do, I want to do two things. I want to exit from combat mode, and also I want to exit from casting mode, right? So I want to exit from these two things in case I'm in peace mode. Hey, nice, right? Do you think those will be right? I mean, they will look okay? Or you still have to test them, you know, somehow? An in combat mode. Is an in combat mode an in combat mode? Wait a second, because I'm making a mess. So one is here, another one is here. So in one case we do this to true, and in this case we do this to false. There are a few places I'm changing things, so I'm not 100% sure. Hey, Sway, will you be interested in streaming the work that you do? So like when I'm not streaming, I mean, would you be interested in streaming what you do if I give you the access to the YouTube channel? Because I think it would be cool to have different people, you know, stream what they are doing. I think it would be nice. Also from the graphical side. Maybe later when you're doing interesting stuff. I mean, you will be doing most of the same level of interest stuff, I think. But I mean, developing a game in general is not very interesting, but to look at is interesting to do, but it's not interesting to look at, I think, from an audience perspective. But yeah, no. Yeah, you are doing a lot of repetitive things at the moment. Otherwise, up to you. If sometimes you want to do it, you want to post some updates from the graphical side, and the same is for Cyborg. I think it would be interesting that people do this. Okay, so now I think our current character will be fine, but I think that our alien character is broken. I think our alien blueprint will be broken. Our Dermorian lady, I have no idea. It's a long time I don't check her, so I have no idea if she's fine or not. No idea. Okay, you see here there is the same thing, right? So for every character, I know if you have a better way, tell me, but for every character we have display animation, which is an overridden function, and this function is then executing stuff based on this, right? So attack, combat, setting combat, now combat off doesn't exist. Okay, so active should go here. Attacking, cast. I think cast is the same thing. Cast should also use this. Alive, no. In combat off, this one should go away. So we simplified a bit the graph. I think the file you're checking in, Zwei, are everything except the blueprint, right? Because I think that when you checked in the alien, we didn't have any conflict. We didn't have any conflict, which is great. So we didn't have any conflict of files. I mean, so no files were in common, which is good. So because I'm working on the blueprints, which are inside the blueprints directory, and I think you are working on the stuff that is inside the different folders here. The only one that I think I'm gonna change is the animation blueprint. Are you changing the animation blueprint in any way? Because animation blueprints, I'm actually modifying those somehow. Like now, for example, if I want her to die, I will have to go here, change the animation blueprint, and yes, but the question is, are you changing the animation blueprint? It takes longer on your side? Okay. I mean, I can avoid changing those. I mean, you can tell me if you are working on that, I can work on something else. So you would need, basically you would need to change the animation blueprint. Just the references? I don't know what the references means, but okay, something inside the animation blueprint. We already have dead and cast spell on her, so I think it's okay. I think it's okay. So she can die already. The point is, if in her character blueprint, which is here, this thing starts to be complex anyway, huh? I have to say. So if in her character blueprint we have the play event overridden, and actually we don't have it. So we need two things. We need the get anim instant ref and the event play animation. This two has to be overridden in the animation part. So okay, let's try to do it just as a placeholder, just to, you know, just to do something that we need to do later. But so one is play animation, and the other one is get whatever, is get animation something. Why these are not alphabetically ordered, I have no idea. It's making my life so much harder. Get best interaction, no. Get animated instant reference. Okay, these two. So, and these two should have exactly the same code that we have here, right? So we do get mesh, and we do get animation instance, and we do cast to Dermorian something, and then we create a new variable which we don't have yet, which is called animation instance. Animation instance, which is of type dermaf animation blueprint, yes. And then we take this one and we set it here. Okay. Then on this other side, we need to switch on this. And then based on this, let me just call this animation. And based on this, we need to do exact. So this is the bad part, you know. So that we have to copy exactly this for each of the freaking, you know, the freaking characters. I mean, it's true that it's done once, and then when you do it once, it's done forever. But if then you have to add any new mode, any new animation, you have to do it on all of them again. And we have 19 characters, you know, plus the NPC. So if you add a new combat style that applies also to all the NPCs, you have to redo this all the time, which seems to be pretty stupid to me. Because it is exactly identical, right? So now I will have the attacking thing, and then, you know, exactly the same. I mean, I don't want to copy paste. No, I cannot copy paste because these unfortunately are all variables that are set on a specific class, and if I copy paste, it's trying to set it on the alien class. But apart from copy pasting, which I'm kind of fine, you know, is why we cannot have something that is more, that is inherited or whatever, so that we don't have to, because programming wise is awful, right? It's really awful programming wise. It's really awful, really awful. Spaghetti code. You remember spaghetti code? Spaghetti. I think we had one which was spaghetti code. Let me search if we still have the picture. Do we still have the picture of spaghetti code? Spaghetti. No, we don't have it anymore. I deleted it, but spaghetti code was actually, I think we had a picture. I don't remember if we used just a normal picture. But okay, let's say spaghetti code is something like this, right? Something very similar to this. There is a sculpture of one guy that tried to sculpt spaghetti code. It's very nice, by the way. I like it. But it's too symmetrical to be the real spaghetti code, because the real spaghetti code is not symmetrical at all. Spaghetti code is something like that. Yes, exactly. That is perfect. It is exactly representing the freaking spaghetti code. And then also this one is representing that, because then you get very upset when you try to fix it. It's a real mess when you try to fix it. Okay, so I think for now we will allow her only to die, not to combat and attack. We can do it later because we have to change the state machine. So we don't want to change the state machine, because the other problem, Hemi, is that we need also to have the state machine replicated to all of these guys. So all these state machine, you see the state machine here, where you have the idle, the death, the hit, the ranged, the two-handed. I mean, all of this will have to be replicated for each of our characters. And the question is, why this state machine cannot be like a generic one for all the characters? Why we cannot have one that is for everyone, and then we associate the state machine to everyone? Isn't it easier? So cran state machine. Can I get here a generic state machine that works for everyone? I don't know. That's the question. State machine. Add a new state. I can add a new one, but I cannot import the state machine that I have on another character, because I have it. Yeah. If I do state machine, you see, it doesn't see it. It doesn't freaking see it. Doesn't allow me to import inside of this another state machine. State machine is local to the blueprint, to the animation blueprint, which is a bit annoying. Which is very annoying. I would like to have a generic state machine. It works for all the characters the same way. And he's calling all the animation in the same way, just adding the suffix of, you know, cran or whatever. But anyway, at the moment I don't think we found the solution, so we leave it as this. So different character can do different things. For example, the giant can only idle and die. Cannot attack back at the moment. The cran can do a million things. Can do all of this. The alien at the moment can... What can it do? I have no idea. The alien at the moment can have this. Can idle, cast a spell, death, idle combat, and hit. Well, it can do something anyway. Can do quite a bit. And the lady can only idle and die, I think. This graph I like more than the one with the one-ended, two-ended, three-ended, but... Okay, so what I lost a bit the track. So what are we doing here? What do we want to do? So we make it generic. So we made generic also the casting part. Yes, we did. Can we double check just that on the casting everything is okay? Play an in combat. I made generically play an in combat. Yes, which is nice. Can I check back also the casting, because I'm not 100% sure. Start casting. This graph is insane. Play animation cast. I think it is broken. Because this play animation actually, I don't know if that will work. I have no idea. We should check, because if you go directly on play animation, there is not multicasted to all the no, that is not working. That is not working. This play animation is not okay. Unless, now it may be okay if this one is multicasted. This one seems not to be multicasted. And this one, by the way, seems that we get it only when we receive a specific effect on the client. Okay, the casting part will have to be redone a bit, because with the new technique, this piece here works only on one client. And even if I think server side, I'm doing the multicast. Yeah, maybe it's working now that I think about it. Because before this call here, we actually send this to all the clients by code. So that's another way, but this is the way we did it. We did it when we were doing the spell stuff. Now we are probably going to merge all these methods into one and be sure that we do it right. But we do it in one way, but I don't know if I want to do it now, because it's a bit of too much of a, too much work to do it now. Okay, so what we want to see that when we attack, the enemy is attacking back. Now, before it was not going in combat mode, now it's going in combat mode, I think. I hope so. And so we will see him trying to attack. Do you believe it? I don't know if I believe it, but let's test it. Because we did a lot of changes, so let's see what is happening, okay? Just to get a sense of what we are doing. It's 7 o'clock. Okay, it's fine. I think I will stop the stream in about 20 minutes. Maybe we can continue tonight. But we did some progress, we understood a lot of stuff, so I think it's been a bit of a painful stream, but a good one. I liked it. Okay, so we select this guy. Let me make it a bit bigger for you, because it's big on my screen, but if I don't go full screen, I think it's small for you. So we select this guy, we go in combat mode, we attack. Now let's do it with this guy. Let's do it with this guy because this guy can do everything. Can also attack and do everything. So I go in combat mode and I attack. Now as soon as I attack, I'm expecting him to go in combat mode. He went, but then he stopped. What is doing? It is something weird. He went into this mode and now he's standing still. By the way, I'm standing still myself as well. I'm not breathing. I'm not. I think something bad happens. I can attack. And actually I killed him, but he didn't die anymore. It's like he's stuck into that mode, you know? And I'm stuck as well in combat mode. I'm not... I mean, it's not working as expected. Let me try to kill this guy and see if it's the same, or if it's the combat mode that is fucking us up. Because actually I did a lot of changes, so... Come on, hit him! He's dodging all the time. Yes, on this guy it works. So it's the combat mode that is fucking us up, you know? It's the combat mode that is messing up the animations completely. Because this guy doesn't have a combat mode, this hero here doesn't have, and in fact he died properly. While, does he have any loot, by the way? He has a spotted battle axe. Let me get this. Spotted battle axe? Pretty good. It's a different weapon at least. And I have this Torn Falchion of Purity. Okay, and then he spawns back, you see? So he just spawned back and we can kill him again. But now we are stuck in this combat mode forever for some reason. So he's not getting out of combat mode. Don't know why. So I think we should fix the combat mode for us, and I think when we do it for us, it's probably going to fix it also for the NPC, because it's the same thing. Okay, so let me check what we did. We changed... What did we change? We changed in PS character under mouse input, where we have when we have the tab, so the input, it's easier if I search it from here. Okay. Enter and exit combat mode. I changed this one, and this one messed up. Okay. So it is a flip-flop. And mouse mode and in combat mode. Combat mode here is true and it is false, so it should switch between these two thingies. When I go in mode UI, yes, I switch combat mode off. When I go in, yeah, so this should be fine. So why is failing? Why is failing? So this one execute on server side, and this one is replicated to all. I have my combat here and my combat here. Now let me check my CRAN character. My CRAN character, when the selection is equal to combat, we are setting in combat to active. Seems to be perfectly fine. We didn't save it or what? Seems to be perfectly fine. Why we still have display animation? I think I removed it, no? This is the one that is messing us up, for sure. This one is bad. Why we have it again? I didn't save or something? That one is completely wrong. We should do set attacking to true, right? Yes. We should not do anything else than set these variables, because we have seen that anything else is breaking everything. So probably the stance was okay until I attacked, and when I attacked I was breaking the loop. So let's see if it works now. Okay, sorry, I was distracted by something else. Okay. So we are here. Let's see first of all if combat mode is, yeah, you see combat mode is okay. So we are moving a bit, so we are still breathing and everything. So combat mode is fine. So now we target this guy and let me make it a bit bigger for you, if I can. Come on. So we target this guy and we attack, right? You should change to combat mode. It didn't. Okay. Maybe only when I hit. No, it's not doing anything. By the way, I went back to peace mode for some reason, but he's not doing what we want him to do. Is he trying to attack me or not? Because I don't see this happening. Maybe he's not trying to attack me. Because I did a lot of damage to him, so... Found no hated entity, range 2000. Because I'm not in front of him, that's why. No, I'm in front of him. I'm like big time in front of him. The Sentinel is not finding any hated entity, like... because I'm not visible. I should set the player mode to... Okay, let's kill this guy. I forgot to set the player mode to invincible and blah blah blah. Boom. Okay, we kill him and then we try again after setting the player mode, okay? Yeah, he couldn't find me, so he's not fighting back if he cannot see me. That's why, boys. Easy, boys. Yeah, when I play the... Yeah, exactly. When I play the anim function, we'll break all the animation. Yeah, I know. I don't know why, but I mean... That's what it's doing. It's breaking the state machine. I want this guy to respawn. Hello, man. You're back. Can kill you again. Boom. So it's actually hitting me. You see the chat here on the right. Smith hits you on the torso for 60 damage. It's attacked but misses. It hits you for 60 damage. So it's hitting me a lot, but it's not playing the animation for whatever reason. I'm too tired to attack. But he tried to hit me quite a bit, so he's fighting back. He's just not playing the animation when he's fighting back, which I don't know why. Let's check the. Let's search for 60.0. What the hell? What happened? Yeah, this is when he was doing damage to me. So after this, in theory, sending an aim attack. Sending an aim attack. You see, this thing is log combat. So we are sending the animation, but for some reason it's not playing the animation. Come on, you can do it. Sending an aim attack is not here. You mean is in the blueprints? Could be. It's not. Okay. Sending an aim attack. Let me try only sending an aim. Maybe we append the name of the yes. Sending an aim attack. Here it is. Animation list. Blah blah blah. So sending. Well, it's not exactly that here we are sending anything. Combat result. Combat message. So we use this broadcast combat results. Let me just go and search what it is doing because I don't remember. Broadcast combat results. We are okay. We are broadcasting the combat results only to players and not to NPCs. Which may be a mistake though, because well, NPC. Okay, NPC don't have a client. That's fine. But we are broadcasting to all the players, so yeah, it should be fine. But then when we are send message with combat result to clients, so we should receive this combat result. Yes. We receive this combat result on the pawn, and we receive this combat result, which is here. And what do we do? Oh, we don't do anything. Nice. We do something only if it dies. In all the other cases, we don't do anything. But this is the combat result though, so this is at the end. I don't want to do on combat result. I want to do it when I start to attack, right? And when I start to attack, I think we are inside attack, if I remember right. PS attack and attack. Yes, we are here. And you see, here we send the receive attack animation. And receive attack animation is here. We stay on server, we multicast it to everyone. And then we play the animation. The only problem is that it is really broken though, boys, because this one works for us but doesn't work for NPC, because in this case we don't know who is the NPC that is actually, yeah. Even if before we have seen him slashing, right? We have seen him slashing one time. But we receive the attack animation. This means that someone attacked us. Well, someone attacked. Someone played the attack animation. Now, when we are on the when we are here in the blueprints, we multicast this to everyone, which can be okay, but we don't know who is the attacker, you know, who is attacking. So without passing in the attacker, I think this will never work, because then we need to go inside this multicast, okay, and then we should play the animation, but for a particular character, not for us. Well, we do it for the attacker, right? So self is the attacker, because we are actually calling attacker receive animation. So we are inside the specific character. So display animation should have as a target the character itself. Yes. So in theory, then it goes here, play animation, and we set attacking to throw to that character. The only thing that I don't know is if we are setting him as in combat mode as well. Let me print out something, okay? Because I think we need to understand this. If we don't understand this, I mean, if we don't see exactly what is happening, we cannot. So, entering combat mode. So I want to have the name of the character, so the name of this guy, whoever it is. So we are inside current character blueprint. So if I do get char name, I think I will get the name of the character, where target is self. So I want to print out this. And then, yes, we have a custom play animation function, yes, where we do all we need to do. And then I want to also, when we attack, I would like to print out here something like is attacking the same way I want the name of this guy. Okay, so we should see on each client because the point is that is multicasted to each I mean, I assume the multicast is multicasting to each client, right? So to me, as a player, right? Otherwise, what's the meaning of it? Still very hot in here. It's 7:30. Still very hot. I mean, maybe it's the 100 PC I have around me. It is not helping. I think so, but still, it's very hot. Okay, so let's just target this guy. Go in player mode, which is very needed, by the way. So I go player mode, and then I just attack. So yeah, all of it is trying to attack me continuously until I'm too tired to attack and I exit combat mode, and for some reason he also exit combat mode, but this we don't care. What we want to see if in our logs somewhere we have entering combat mode. So if on the client side, entering, yeah, we actually see Cran character 2. We don't have a name though. Why the name is not printed out? That's suspicious, huh? Cran character 2, entering combat mode. Accessed known, trying to read property actor. Because probably the name is not. Yeah, the name is not replicated. Could be. I think could be. I think it's okay. I mean, even if so, entering combat mode, but it doesn't switch. It doesn't switch mode at all. We don't see him switching mode. Accessed known, trying to read property actor. I mean, why is saying actor? Actor is. But I think this one is so entering I'm on the client here, right? I'm on the client. So is the multicast going back to all the clients? Is what you're saying? Multicast replicates this event from the server to everyone else. The server executes this event locally too. Only calls it from the server. Okay, so this is going basically to every client. So every client is receiving a play animation. The only problem is that I think he has a self. I think the problem is this one. That the target is not me. Who is the target, by the way? Cran character 2. We printed it out, right? We printed it out. Cran character 2. Who is Cran character 2 between me and him? Is Cran character 0? Is crank character 0? I am crank character 2. Right? You see here crank character 0, so it's definitely not me. Lover character 0. Maybe it's easier to do it with this guy because he's named differently. But I think that the problem that we have at the moment is that, yes, we received the multicast, and yes, it is working obviously for us because it's going to our client, but we don't know here who attacked who, and so we cannot actually play the animation for the right character. We played for ourselves, and I think we played like twice for. But why then our character is not playing the animation? Because in theory then, when he attacks, we should play the animation. And we don't. So I'm a bit confused about that. Why? So we receive, he's attacking, we receive a lot of those messages. But we don't have the name though, because the name of that guy unfortunately is not valid. I mean, he's definitely fighting back, but he's not playing the right animation. Okay, let's try to pass in the character. Okay, it will take a bit because I need to do a few changes to the code, but I think it's the only way. I think it's the only way. I think our client needs to know who is actually okay, save this. So I think the problem is that here in the receive attack animation, we don't know who is the guy that has actually triggered the animation. So we should put in also the attacker as a parameter of this. And this function is on our PS character, so we should change that as well. Right? And here we should have our receive attack animation. Receive attack animation, which now has an APS character pointer attacker. Well, attacker, and there is a blueprint implementable event. So now we have our thing closed, so I can recompile this. I can delete my DLL and we recompiled clean. And now we should have this method with new parameter, right? As soon as this finishes, which is taking a bit, because changing PS character is pretty invasive on the compilation, because a lot of the modules are relying on PS characters, so that's why it's taking more time. And also we changed the header. We didn't change just the CPP, so it's taking even more time. Because everything that is inheriting that is needs to be recompiled. So I have to go soon. I don't know if I will continue tonight. Maybe yes, maybe not, depending on if I'm inspired to do it or not. But I will not be able to stream tomorrow evening, but I will be able to stream Tuesday evening. okay? Because tomorrow and Tuesday I'm traveling, and so I will not be here. Wow, it's taking forever. Holy moly. It's taking forever, boys. And this is only the first compilation, by the way. I don't know when I'm too tired to attack, the enemy loses the target or something, but it is something that we can sort out. So it seems that at a certain point it doesn't attack me anymore, but I think that's okay. I think we should do the same with combat mode though, right? Because combat mode, that's also another important point. When we switch to combat mode, I think we have the same problem. That we don't have the actual character. So when we send set mode, let me search set mode a second here. So set mode message. Now actually in this case we have the character. In this case we have both the target and the car. Set mode message. Set mode message. When are we calling this? Broadcast the message through the pawn of each player client. Sharp pawn, target pawn. Broadcast mode message. I'm just trying to understand if we are setting, if we're passing in. Yeah, passing in ourselves and the target. Okay. So in the so in theory, at least the set combat mode we should already. Okay, so now we recompiled it, right? But let me check the set combat mode because I want to do the set combat mode first. I want to do that first, and then I want to do the attack next, because the way our state machine works is that we need to be in combat mode before we can attack. Otherwise, the animation we never play. So I can debug the animation, the attack animation, as much as I want. That if the combat mode is not set, it will not work. So. Okay, it's loading up. We don't need this guy now. Okay, so when we receive the combat mode, which is I think here, right? Set combat mode, set mode message. Okay, when we receive it here, the server says a character has switched this mode. Okay, yes, correct. So, but you see, we don't use this character at all. We don't use it. It's not connected anywhere. So the only thing that we do, we get the controller. We get the display name. So the set mode message should be written anyway. Set mode, let me see, this should be printed out in our logs. Set mode message combat in Planeshift player controller. Planeshift player controller is not very useful. I mean, it's pretty stupid. The printout I'm doing here is very stupid because actually I'm setting the mode on this guy, not on this guy. And then I'm targeting self, but I mean self is super stupid. Should not be self, should be this character somehow. I need to cast it to PS character blueprint. I mean, I don't need this controller at all. I mean, I need to do this. I need to do this. And I'm still on the server side here anyway. So I need to do this, but most importantly, I need to connect my set combat mode like this because I want my character. Let me do a route because otherwise it becomes a mess. So I want this to go here, this to go here, this to go here, and you see, I was doing it here. I was doing character to PS character, blah blah blah. Okay. I was doing it here actually. It is why we were seeing it before and we are not seeing it now. Okay, fine. I think is okay. Okay. This part is the one that is wrong. So this part we should redo anyway because this part is the old way to do it. And this is the old way to do it. Is not the way I want to do it. The way I want to do it is an aim casting mode, and it should be true. This should go all the way. Okay, this will work also for casting. Now we are using the right character. Okay, so we are using the combat mode. We are setting the combat mode for the right character, which is what we want. Now, when we do the attack, the small steps you are hearing on the background is this guy walking. If I close this, you will not hear them anymore. Okay, so so this seems to be okay for the combat mode, but now for the attack, what was that? Was in receive was in receive attack animation, and it is receive attack animation. So here we have the same thing though. We need to connect attacker to this somehow, otherwise we will try to, yeah, I mean, I think so. I mean, I'm not 100% sure. To tell you the truth, to be transparent and frank with you, I'm not 100% sure that it is the way. But I think that if our multicast doesn't know which one is, you know, the right, which one is the character, then how can we do it? Play animation. Okay, let me try if he enters combat mode, because he was actually entering combat mode before, so I'm expecting, you know, that he can do it now as well. And then we will have to sort out why he stops when I'm getting too tired for combat. And also we have to sort out why I'm getting too tired for combat, because in theory should be able to combat for a few times, for some time. Okay. Okay. So let's remember just the player mode. Player mode. Target the guy. Enter combat mode and swing. Oh! I did something. Okay, at least it seems that he tried to attack me. Okay, so now he's doing it with the right hand. Yeah, he's correct. It's just the weapon that is in the wrong hand. Is using the left for the falcon. We can change that. When I'm too tired to attack, he stops though. But it's pretty good. I mean, it works. I mean, he's trying to fight back. Did you see it? He's trying to fight back, boys. He's trying to attack me. He's actually trying to attack me. Yay! Okay, I think that with this result, which is already good, I think we can call it a day and we can stop the stream now. And so what we have to do next? We have to understand why he's stopping attacking me when he's stopping to attack me when I'm too tired. And there are still few things to sort out, but it seems to be fine. Seems to be fine. You also enter in combat mode properly. It's just that when I'm exiting combat mode, it seems to stop. Look at this. I'm entering combat mode. I attack him once. It seems to react only when I actually do damage. Like now, it doesn't react. I'm continuously missing, so at the moment I'm missing. Now I attack. Okay, yes, he's reacting only when... You see, he's trying to attack me, but if I go out of combat mode... Oh no, he continues. Okay, he continues. If I go out of range... Is when I'm too tired to attack, I think that he stops. When I'm too tired to attack, he stops. Maybe he is also too tired to attack. Because he's the same as me, so maybe he's also too tired to attack. So maybe he's stopping to attack after a number of swings. Right? Could be. But it's pretty cool we managed to have him fight back. Very happy about this, boys. Very happy about this. So I think I will stop the stream now because I have to go, but good results. Very good results, I would say. We will have this guy fight back next, okay? We will have this bad guy here. The guy with the meme face. With a emoticon face. We will have this guy fight back. And we just have to connect the attack animation and he will fight back for sure. Easy. Okay. Guys, thank you for watching and I will see you later today, probably, or Tuesday evening, okay? One of the two, I don't know yet. Depends if after dinner I want to play some video games, some of my friends is calling me and we have to do stuff together or what, okay? Or Tuesday, but Tuesday evening for sure, 100%. See you, boys!